ready to go at 8 o'clock on the Monday morning. Wow, Monday morning. We have our first class ready to roll, so we are going to jump right into Class 1 junior percentage, and we are going to let them hit the ring here shortly as soon as they are ready to open the gate. You bet we can. We're going to start off with introducing one of our judges. We're going to start with Josh Taylor. From Perkins, he's a Perkins, Oklahoma native, is an experienced livestock judge and agriculture leader, an ABGA certified judge since 2010. He has officiated at the National Open Show 3 times and a National Junior Judge twice. He holds a bachelor's degree in agricultural leadership from Oklahoma State University. Currently, Josh serves as the managing director of Payne County Expo Center in Stillwater, Oklahoma, where he continues to contribute to the agriculture and livestock community.
fun day. I think this first class is a pretty good indication of the amount of competition we're going to see in our Bred Known show. We are going to have a lot of fun out here between Randall and myself. And then when you think about the fact that we're going to have this much competition already, and this is a Bred Known show, this is an awesome way to start off the events of this week with the judging of our registered goats. And what a nice class all the way down the line. When we first analyzed and really looked through this class, our initial impressions were a bit different than what we have lined up out here. But ultimately, when we talk about the structure and we talk about the way things are positioned, skeletal composition-wise, this doe up front is one that really puts a lot of good check marks together in a very complete made, fault-free type of a package. When you talk about the angles to her skeleton, through her shoulder, through her knee, the way she's angled out of her hip and her stifle and her hock, everything hits the ground the right way. She's super square. She touches the surface. She's one that has some look. She's got some length. She's got a ton of power up top when you get your hands on her. This is one that I think as she progresses through her maturation cycles, as she gets a bit more woofy in terms of weight per day of age and mass, and her body cavity starts to expand, I expect some great things out of this one on down the road. Super in terms of the way that she's built from a balance aspect as well. Love the turn to this one's rib off the back side of her shoulder. Really, really elegant in the way that she's positioned herself up front with some power and some femininity and some look. I just think that's an awful good one there to start off this class. A couple of does that come into second and third are the does that have the body shape and the sweep to their underline and the real productive maternal look already, and we love that aspect of how they're built and how they're designed. I think there's a doe up here in the second spot that's the white-headed one that you really love in the way that she comes in and the curvature to her rib starts up high. It finishes down low. She's probably one that gets a little bit off in the angles to her knee as she hits the ground up front. She wants to twist out ever so slightly. Some of that is a bit of the ring surface and how she wants to just get out here and fight and not maybe relax. But she's not as good out of the backside of her hip as that doe that goes out in front of her. This one could be elevated in her pin set just a bit and maybe fix the angle from that stifle and hock as we get her down to the ground just to really change the balance dynamic of that one as we look at her off to the side, but certainly appreciative of all the rib shape and all the capacity she has already at this young stage of her life. That paint doe in third is another one. You love the belly shape, the wedge that you can already see in that doe. I think that doe, as you project her on out as a yearling and into the senior phases of her show career, is going to be a real broody type of a female with a ton of volume and just a tremendous look up front. Look at the way that neck ties in high up out of her shoulder. She's super feminine, and yet she's got some power and some sweep and some volume from there back. I think the fundamental aspect of the one thing we need to change on this doe is how she's positioned out of her hip and her hind leg, and she gets a little longer in those rear pasterns. She wants to kind of deviate just a bit too much for us today to move her up any higher out of that third spot and the way that she wants to handle those rear two. Young man's doe that's going to come in four is another one that's packed full of muscle and meat, and you really like that about her. She's probably one that gets just a bit overwhelmed in terms of length of body compared to those three up front. Just need to extend that one off of both ends of her spine. Ask that one to be a bit more flexible at times, and I know it's hard to evaluate them at this young age. She's not wanting to be a show doe and get out and move and really present herself in the right manner, but I think that's still a good doe. We just got to really ask that one to be a bit longer from nose to tail. The does that come after, another bigger framed, bigger outline female that's going to come next. It gets a little funneled down into her lower underpinnings. We need to ask that one to be opened up. Crack her open at the base of her sternum and see more width and mass as we study her with the rest of the class. The solid black doe that follows is another one. really good on the profile, got some length, got some extension and some elevation up through that front end. Just simply not enough to her today. When you talk about the height, the width, the depth ratios, this one's just a little bit off. She just needs a little bit more time on feed. And then the black-headed doe that rounds out the class for two excellent young ladies. Another one that's just super green and immature within this class and just needs more shape and more total dimension today.
Results for our Class 1, 0 to 3 junior percentages. Coming in first place, Isabella Phillips. Second place, Tegan Walker. Third place, Tegan Walker. Fourth place, Tegan Walker. Fifth place, Christian Stockberger. Sixth place, Case Huben. And seventh place, Clark Hubler. Now coming into the ring, Class 2, junior percentage does, 3 to 6 months. Looks like we should have 22 entries. While the judges are doing a little bit of looking here, I can do a couple of announcements too. I can introduce our second judge here. His name is Randall White. He hails from Bunn, North Carolina, has been happily married to Melissa for 24 wonderful years, and I did confirm that. His wife was over that, and she did say yes to that. Randall currently manages Patterson Family Farms. In 2001, he and his family established Crooked Creek Farm, where they began raising boar goats. By 2005, he had earned his certification as an ABGA judge. Over the years, Randall has had the privilege of traveling across the country, judging exceptional goats, and meeting incredible people. Today, Randall and Cami maintain a herd of about 75 goats, utilizing both natural breeding and embryo transfers for their offspring. We have a couple other housekeeping things that we want to keep mentioning during the day. One of the biggest things here is, as you're going through the day today, I'll be announcing this a couple times during the day, that junior pairs will be after the junior drive. Okay, so if you're going to be doing anything with junior pairs today, it is going to be directly after the junior drive. The other thing we want to keep mentioning today is the side tables, the ringside tables. I want to make sure that everybody is aware that those tables are for the folks that have purchased those tables, or the people that have been invited by the farms, or the people that have purchased that. If you have not been invited by the farm or the person that has been purchased those tables, we ask that you kindly not sit at those tables. Those are for those folks only. And for the folks that are at the tables, those little bags of goodies that you're seeing there, make sure that you leave those bags there at the table. There's going to be folks coming around, and they're going to be refilling goodies in those bags. We want to make sure, I think I did hear that one or two of the bags had left the show ring. So if you have that bag back at your tack or back at wherever you have it, if you could bring that bag back, they can keep filling those bags for you. So go ahead and bring that back for all those goodies that they want to supply for you. We do have a class sponsor for this 3 to 6th here today for this class, and it just happens to be Terry and Sue Taylor. So if they're watching online, we say hi to those folks today down in Texas. And if Terry is watching, I have something for him. Go Gophers. Now we'll see if I get a text from him. Healer comes in and helps, that they're only allowed to hold the animal. They're not allowed to set or anything else.
All right. Good morning, everyone. We're excited to be back out here this morning for the Bred Known show, and it's already started out really well. Congratulations to all 10 of y'all exhibitors that made it through this 3 to 6 class. It's outstanding set that come to us. We're going to start off with the young lady here in the front. When she came in, she hit me and Josh both really hard. We couldn't pick her apart. We couldn't find a hole in her. Beautiful neck extension, just really super ultra feminine up in that top, nice and level. She gets out, she strides, she picks her feet up and down, good and square, nice angulation in that hip. You get your hands on her, that's when I really respect her. I mean, tons of meat and muscle from tip to tail. Just couldn't pick her apart, and she easily just went to the top for me. Congratulations on that. Second place here, another one that jumped out at us as we came in. Um, we just saw the tons of meat and muscle from tip to tail. I love that breed character up in the head. Where she went away from us, we want to see her stride on that front shoulder just a little bit. She makes a really short stride. I would really want to open up that shoulder and get her just to be a little more fluent in that front leg. And I'd like to add a little bit of more meat and muscle in that back rear 1/3 to move it any higher today, but another good one to fall into that second place hole. As we work into the third place hole here, another just super level top, ultra feminine, beautiful breed character. I love that meat and muscle muscle that we've got running in that front shoulder. She wants to taper just a little bit in that chest floor as she moves around the ring. She wants to taper in a little bit. I want to get her a little square there. Maybe a tick more angulation in that tail head there before we can move her any higher today, but another really good one this young lady has exhibited today. As we move back into fourth place hole, we've got this red doe. Didn't actually make our first 10 here, but I kept going back to it, kept going back to it. She's packed full of meat and muscle here. When you get your hands on her, it's not a lot of hair to her. That's what I really respect about her. I love how wide she is in that meat and that chest floor, wide across the top. If I want to be super critical of her, I'd love to add a little bit more breed character in that head. She gets a little too flat for us, and maybe add just a tick more muscle in that back 1/3 as she goes down. But a really good one here as we move into our fourth place. We get back into fifth place here on the side profile. She's a beautiful doe, long, elegant. She's got that great neck that steps up out of them shoulders here, but I want to blow her apart at the ground. I want to widen that chest floor up. I want to get her a little bit wider, and we got to widen her up off her back wheels there. She gets the track just a little narrow for us, so we need a little more meat and muscle and blow her apart at the ground. We get back into the paint doe here. Paint doe caught me as we came in. I really like this doe as she moved around the ring on the profile. I love that neck extension. I love how he's holding that head up out of there, nice and level with a little bit of angulation in the hip, but I want to make it a little deeper back in the flank. Let's open up that stifle. Let's get a little deeper in that flank area to move it any higher today, but a beautiful paint doe. You've done an outstanding job exhibiting. Get back here and the young man with the Cape doe here. Super nice young doe, probably younger one in the class. I want to stretch it out. It ran into 5 or 6 just really big meat wagons. It's probably, like I said, one of the younger ones, but I think it's got a bright future. Love the neck extension, love the levelness across the top. I just want to open it up, add a little more meat and muscle, give it a few more days to catch up with these in front. As we get back here, the young lady's got this doe here, beautiful on the profile. Love the levelness in that top. Love the neck extension. As she walks around the ring, though, she just wants to track super narrow. I want to add some meat and muscle in that back stifle. I want to open up them back legs to move her any higher today. But a beautiful doe that she has exhibited. As we get back down into the traditional doe here, the young lady showing just a smaller package of maybe what's going out in front of her. Just a little tick too narrow for us. Beautiful on the profile, just a little green, probably one of the younger ones in the class. Let's get a little bigger, a little more days on feed to compete with what's in front of it. As we fall back into the young man in the back, we want to open him up in the back. I love how level he is. I love the meat and muscle in the front 1/3, but in the back 1/3, we start to lose him. He kind of went away from us, doesn't have as much meat and muscle running in that back one leg. We want to open him up on them wheels in the back to get him any higher today. But congratulations. Let's give them 10 a round of applause, please.
And our results for Class 2 Junior Percentage Doe 3 to 6 months are first place, Jordan Jelnick. Second place, Bailey Brumfield. Third place goes to Hazley Lash. Fourth place, Remington York. Fifth place, Allie Gurley. Sixth place goes to Christian Stockberger. Seventh place, Jackson Harmon. Eighth place, Riley White. Ninth place, Kayla Whitman. 10th place, Braxton Kimmel. Now entering the ring, Class 3 Junior Percentage Does 6 to 9 months. We should have 12 entries. you were one of the winners of the belt buckles. Those will be mailed to you, so no fret there. We just had to calculate everything last night, so they will be coming in the mail.
Well, what a good class. When we get into these 6 to 9 does, and a lot of difference in type and kind, and some variation in size and scale, obviously as well. And as we get into that, kind of that older maturity pattern, a little bit further along in some of their growth stages, we start to see some of these does that are a bit more advanced in their look in terms of the way their head shaped, the way their body cavity comes to us today. But ultimately, this solid red doe for us up front. This was one that got up into the top spot right off the bat when she walked in the ring. She's one that just stayed there, and honestly, there wasn't really any question about who our class winner was going to be. This one is fundamentally as good as you can ask one to be in terms of the way that she's built in her skeleton. How she's put together compositionally is tremendous as well. Good all the way to the ground. I love the angles of the shoulder on this doe, her knee, everything flexes right, it moves right. She wants to push and pull off of all four corners in the right kind of precisional manner. This is a doe that's got some look up front, yet she's still got some power up there in the way that her skull plate's designed. She's got some depth to her jaw and some width up there to her skull. Flows back into a big, bold spring to her rib. I love that about her. That curvature to that rib starts up high. It finishes down low. She's got some broody, productive appearance in the way that she comes to you through that center. And then she really carries a tremendous amount of muscle shape and expression down that top and out of that hip. Everything flows together so seamlessly. Everything's positioned in the right way. I just think that's a really logical, good, fundamentally built doe to be up there in the front end of the class. So two does that come next. The solid red doe in second is one that is super maternal in her look, broody in her appearance. I love that about her. This is a doe that at times she just wants to honestly just fall apart a little bit. Right behind her shoulder, let that spine tie in a bit higher at the point of that blade. Give her a bit more stability and rigidness, if you will, through that top line and just kind of level everything out. I think when this doe gets out on the move, you appreciate her a bit more. She carries herself quite well. It's just when we get her parked, and at times if she wants to go and walk with her head down, that's where everything wants to kind of fall apart and break up. But really like the basics to this doe. Good at the ground, solid on her feet and legs, square made, power, shape, dimension, really good in terms of the productive look to that female. She's got some advantages over that white-legged one in third. From the aspect that she's probably a bit bolder in terms of her width through her chest floor and her sternum, and that's where we'd fix that doe in third. I think you could just honestly open that one up a bit more up front. But from there back, that doe is another one that's got a tremendous amount of rib cage and depth of body and volume through her center. Like that about her. Just maybe doesn't fit together quite as nicely as those two does up front. Closes up a bit at the ground as we view her, as we watch her walk away from us. And I think some of that is just too much deviation, particularly out of that left hock as we get her out on the go. The traditional doe that's going to come next is one that's totally different in type and kind. She's lower built to the ground. She's not as elongated in her vertical bones, and we don't honestly mind that about her. She doesn't fit the body style and the kind of design that we have in those ones up front, but don't discount her for how small in terms of stature she is. This one's still really good. She's bold sprung. She's got a lot of shape and dimension and expression of muscle. Just maybe need to elongate that one and see a difference in terms of size and scale to match her up with the does on either side of her, but still a good one in terms of her fundamentals. The black doe that comes next is one that on the park and on the standstill, love the profile, love the look, the balance and the symmetry is put together extremely well and takes it to a really high level. I think this doe is probably not as true in her natural muscle shape as the does that go out in front of her, and she definitely needs to be fixed as we watch her travel. She wants to get narrowed up too much off of those rear underpinnings, get too much deviation out of that rear hock. We just need to see more muscle expression and carry those rear legs with a bit more width between the hocks as we watch her go. A paint doe that comes after her is another one. Love the profile, just needs pulled apart, needs spread in her underpinnings throughout her body cavity from front to rear to open that one up with some more volume and natural width. The black doe that follows her is another one. I love the profile on that female. I think she's put together extremely well. Just not enough natural muscle shape. She doesn't carry it down low enough through her forearm, through that rear leg. Really gets a little bit too closed up off of both ends. The couple of does that come next, good, solid, functional females that have some maybe aesthetic issues when we talk about look and feminine feature, maybe don't balance quite as nicely. I think some does that could certainly be adjusted a bit in the way that they hit the ground and touch the surface. The trio of females that round out this class still really good, good looking does that have a lot of feature and a lot of balance and presence to them. They just get too flat in their muscle pattern today to move up any higher.
Results of Class 3 Junior Percentage Doe 6 to 9 months. First place, Colton Danke. Second place, Ashlyn K. Gurley. Third place, Grace Ellis. Fourth place, Haley Pointer. Fifth place, McCoy Llewellyn. Sixth place, Bailey Lamb. Seventh place, McCoy Llewellyn. Eighth place, Allison LeConte. Ninth place, Allison LeConte. 10th place, Riley White. 11th place, O'Reilly White. And 12th place, Spencer Bear. Now entering the ring, Class 4, Junior Percentage Does, 9 to 12 months. We should have 8 entries.
everyone, but she blends well. Beautiful head, shoulders tie in, nice and level. She's got great angulation in that hip. And then when she got on the move, she was just super wide. Nice track just inside of her shoulders, tracked smoothly off her feet in the back, just tied in. We could not really find a hole in this one here. Only thing separated maybe a tick smaller package than what we put into one hole. A super nice red doe this young lady exhibited here too. Congratulations. As we move back into three hole here, I had this young man. I actually had him just a tick higher than what we were a while ago. I love that breed character in the head. I love how he ties in his shoulders. What separated him over four is a little longer. But when he wants to get out and move, I don't think he's got the actual meat and muscle that maybe the ones that left in front of him off the back. He wanted to tuck in just a little bit, but another really good three-place goat here. But maybe just widen him up on the back, add a little bit in that back 1/3, but a really nice one to fall into three hole. Any of these top three here, I loved all three of them. I would have went any way with them, and this weekend they'll have to go another way. As we fall into four hole here, love the breed character in the head, love the neck extension, I love the way it ties in. I would like to add a little angulation in that hip area. It wants to steep off a little steep for me and Josh, and then widen it up. As it walks away from you, it tracks under. The front doesn't quite match the rear, and he's good and square on the front. As you get to the back 1/3, he wants to track up under himself. We want to open them up a little bit to move him any higher today. As we move back into the young lady in the red, basically the exact same thing here. Let's stretch that neck out. Let's get a little bit more breed character. I would like to see it blend in them shoulders. As it walks away, you'll see it pop in them shoulders. I'd like to see it transition into that top line a little smoother than what it does. And as it walks away, I'd love to open up them back legs and move it any higher today. As we move back in the fifth place, young lady in the pink shirt here. This one here, is a little overdone for me. It's a little blowed apart, a little too much. I would like to tuck that brisket back in. It's just a little bit too much brisket in that front. Let's smooth it up. Let's transition in that shoulder into that front forearm a little smoother. Let's lean it up just a little bit. A little overdone for me, but lady's done an outstanding job showing it today. As we move back into two here, two big, looks like muscled up, bulky, nice females here. A little outside the shoulders for me. I want to transition them a little bit better in that front shoulder. I feel like both their front legs are a little bit outside of their self. They're long, they're level, they got tons of meat. But I want to correct that front area for me to move either one of these any higher today. But congratulations to both of you.
Results for Class 4 Junior Percentage Does 9 to 12. First place, Macy Elliott. Second place, Brooke Arks. Third place, Wyatt Stevens. Fourth place, Grace Ellis. Fifth place, Grace Ellis. Sixth place, Alexis Wills. Seventh place, Dalton Lawyer. Eighth place, Dalton Lawyer. And that would be it. Next in the ring, we have our junior drive.
Well, no big speeches for the division drives. We've got plenty left to do today, but put your hands together for this first division in our percentage show. Awesome set of goats, folks, and I kind of mention it at every show that I judge. I think the percentage program is probably one of those programs that you can find value in any circle. And I love the fact that we can manipulate the genetic makeup of these things in so many different ways that we have just such a difference in terms of type and kind and what we can produce now. It really makes it fun. And I think there's some awful valuable females that sit out here in the ring in front of you, whether you want to take it into the percentage side or on the club goat side. There is some superb females that are potential donors on down the road. And we'll go show you the two that we like. Congratulations to all our junior division exhibitors in our percentage show.
All right, I have the results. For champion junior percentage Joe goes to Jordan Jelinek. And the reserve champion junior percentage Joe goes to Macy Elliott. While we're waiting for the pairs class to come in here, we've got a couple of real quick announcements. As of right now, lunch is going to be an hour-long lunch after the 3 to 6 bred and owned class. So let's make sure we keep that spread at this time. Lunch will be after the 3 to 6 bred and owned class. At full blood. Oh, I thought you said bred and owned. Sorry, full blood. Okay, it's a bred and owned show. Jeez, boy, I tell you. You'd think I'd know this by now after all these years. Wow. It's okay. Actually, this is my first rodeo. No, sorry. Okay, so after the 3 and 6. Also, during lunch, they're going to start with the costume contest here in the show ring. And once the costume contest is over with, they're going to start with the invitational sale preview. So if anybody is in that invitational sale preview, they want to probably start getting those does ready too for that preview. So the other thing we want to bring up too is, and we'll probably start saying this out for the barn also, is if anybody is parking in the VIP parking lot, and that is off the pavilion parking lot over there, If you do not have an orange pass, or if you do, if you are a VIP and you have an orange pass, make sure it's on your dash. If you are parked there and you are not a VIP, you may want to move your vehicle because there are a few VIPs that are not being able to park there. Those folks have paid for the right to pay there. They actually put a pretty large donation in to the Junior Association to be able to park there. We do not want to have to tell you, but if people continue to park in the VIP parking area, we will tow some vehicles because those VIP parking passes will be honored. So we want to make sure that those guys that paid for the privilege of being up in the VIP parking lot have that right. Also, there is a educational seminar today also again. There's an IVF and reproductive technology presented by Transova with Dr. Catherine Taylor. Should be right down the hall here. I don't have the number of the room, but I'm sure it's right down here, and that is at 12 o'clock today at noon. Okay, the pairs grand champion was Tegan Walker, and the reserve grand champion was Grace Ellis. So again, we'll reiterate that lunch is going to be after the 3 to 6 month full blood. Lunch is after 3 to 6 full blood. 3 to 6 full blood doe kid. To 16. The yearlings today are sponsored by ADM Mormons.
not sure where that's going to be. But this one is really, really neat. She's hooked up so good off of both ends of her spine. This one's so good at the ground. Probably and easily, in my estimation, one of the soundest females. That shows the most structural correctness of anything we've seen thus far today. Just love the way she gets out and goes. She holds herself together with the right kind of flex off of both ends of her spine. She gives you a really feminine look with a lot of suppleness and a lot of power coupled with that up through that front end. That's a doe that's just put together exquisitely from end to end and top to bottom. Hard to really find enough superlatives to really justify the good in that one. The paint doe that's going to come second is one that, I love the bone work and I love the stoutness that she has as she touches the surface, and that's probably a bit to a higher level than the one that goes out in front of her. We certainly appreciate that aspect to her. I think she's also one that maybe carries just a bit more condition, is maybe not quite as fresh as the doe that stands directly in front of her. But along with that, she carries it quite well. That one's smooth made. She's still got some elegance up through that front end. She's really good in the way that she balances off of both ends of her skeleton as well. Get around on the three-quarter view or directly behind that one, and you ask that one, you ask yourself, is she wide enough pin versus that doe up front? I think that one's wide enough pin, but she's certainly not to the level that red doe that wins the class is. We can ask her to be adjusted ever so slightly in the way that pelvis tapers out of that rear third, and I think that would add just another element to the intriguingness that we see within this doe that's in the second spot. Really, really good in all her parts and pieces, though. The young man's doe in third is one. I love the size and scale. She's got some extra height to the hip, to the point of her hip and the point of her shoulder. Really long spine, level topped. She's probably one that wants to taper in terms of her muscle shape and the expression when we get right around behind her versus those does up front, but still one that you love the balance and you love the eye appeal and the overall symmetrical design that she has. The dapple doe that's going to come forward is one. She's the outlier of the group. When you look at that one in the way that she comes to you from a moderation aspect, and I think that one just doesn't fit in with that trio up front. Along with that, when you talk about some of the structural inconsistencies on that doe, we can ask that one to be just a bit square built as she gets out and goes off of her front two. Maybe just to ask that one to have just a little less deviation out of that hawk as we watch her go. But I think for what she is, for her size and her kind, that one's still really functional in her build. I love the rib shape, I love the balance, and I love the muscle expression. The paint doe that comes after her is one broody in her appearance, and she's got some production value. Honestly, we just need to freshen that one up and see a little less cover on that one, just to give her a bit more eye appeal and aesthetic pleasing value to her as we get her out here versus the rest of the class. I think we do that. That one's got a lot of good in her. Young lady's doe that's going to come next is one that's elevated through her front end. You like that about her. You like some expression down her top and out of her hip. She's got the right kind of curvature to her rib. Maybe want to extend that depth down and soften that one up at some points along her forerib and flank just a bit. The doe that comes after her is another one that's still really good in terms of her balance off to the profile. Just maybe doesn't have quite the muscle shape and expression today to move up any higher. The paint doe that comes after her is another one, just not enough center body shape and center mass and carriage today to get up and run with those ones at the front end of the class. And then the young lady's paint doe that rounds out is one that's bigger barreled and got some spring to her rib, just a bit piecier in her makeup, doesn't have quite the overall stoutness to her bone work and her overall muscle pattern today to move up any higher.
Results for our Class 5 yearling percentage doe 12 to 16 months are: first place, Faithlyn Scholl; second place, Grace Ellis; third place, Drew Pontius; fourth place, Kellen Knott; fifth place, Audrey Poling; 6th place, Laney Brown. 7th place, Adeline Horn. 8th place, Lydia Mills. And 9th place, Miley Young. Entering the ring now is Class 6, yearling percentage does 16 to 20 months. We should have 6 entries.
Well, just a set of four for this 20 to 24 class, and really nice set, all four of them. Young ladies doe up here at the front end of the class. I think this is the one that just checks off all those really good boxes. Structurally, she's the best of the four. When she gets out and goes, she motors with the appropriate amount of width and length of stride. She really sets down securely off all four corners. Striking in her profile, particularly up front. She's got that extra bit of elevation in the way that her neck ties in high up out of her shoulder. She's so good in terms of the suppleness and the look and the feature to her skull plate and her design up there. Long and level backed, excellent out of her hip, shows you some muscle expression, and then, like we said, so good at the ground when she gets out and goes. I think that one's just proportioned extremely well. Young ladies, Cape Doe, that's going to come second is one. Love the depth of body. Love the fore-rib depth and how soft she is at the backside of that center 1/3 and through that flank and udder attachment. This is a doe. I'd like to tip the pelvis forward on this doe, elevate her through that pin set, align that hock and pin bone in more of a correct manner. Maybe lay that one back in her scapula and see a bit more correctness to the slope of the shoulder and the angle all the way down from knee to ground as well. But that's still a pretty good doe in terms of depth of body and substance through that middle. Another doe that's going to come third is one that's good in terms of her rib shape and her depth. I love the stoutness to the bone work, the foot size and the shape, circumference of foot, the depth of heel is excellent on this female. Power that one up in the way that she's designed about her head in terms of depth of jaw and width of muzzle. And I think that could be a benefit to her. Maybe lengthen her, particularly out of the rear 1/3 of that spine and just elongate her a bit. Maybe elevate her ever so slightly through that pin set to add to the balance dynamic of how we view that female versus the rest of the class. Then the young man's doe that's going to round out a really good set of four is one a little piecier in her makeup and design for us today. She's one that maybe didn't transfer enough true muscle shape throughout her body cavity, and along with the fact that we need to elevate her through those rear pasterns and maybe shorten them and provide a different angle to those rear pasterns as we get her out on the go. She's just wanting to get down too far off of those rear two as we watch her out on the travel, but a good set of those four to finish out our classes in our yearling division.
Results for our Class 7 yearling percentage doe, 20 to 24 months, were first place, Allie Gurley. Second place, Allie Gurley. Third place, Grace Ellis. Fourth place, Colton Schaefer. We'll now go into our yearling percentage doe drive. Once again, for anybody that did not know, lunch will be after the 3 to 6 month full blood does. And once lunch starts, we're going to start with the costume contest here in the ring. Immediately following the costume contest, we're going to have the invitational sale preview. So if you have a doe in that sale, please have it ready. It will be in the lot right behind the announcer stand. Have them ready to go. We'll bring those in, and everybody can preview that sale.
Let's put our hands together and congratulate these exhibitors. There's an outstanding set of 6 out here. I commend each and every one of you breeders. You've done an outstanding job exhibiting these goats. We've been down there talking, and what maybe we kind of had in our mindset before y'all even came in, and it's changed. And we've done a lot of looking and thinking there. We've ended up, I think, pretty much. I feel like we went right back to where we were headed. We've got 2 out here. One that just jumped right out at us that we feel is just spot on today. We can't pick it apart. The front line is a very, very good line here. The second line, y'all did outstanding too. But we've got 2 that we feel match really, really close. Carbon copies, and there's no question in it. We're going to go out and shake the hands of our grand and our reserve. But again, let's put our hands together. All 6 are really good, and congratulations.
All right. Okay. Results are champion yearling percentage doe goes to Faithlin Shoal, and reserve champion yearling percentage doe goes to Wilson Kegley. There are no Class 8, 24 to 36. So next in the ring will be Class 9, 36 plus. There should be 6 entries. I do want to mention this division right here has a sponsor. It's the Circle of Winners sale is sponsored today. At this time, we're looking for the junior division winner to be in the setup ring here behind me. If the junior division winner is here, we need her in here checked in. I believe that was Jordan Jelnick.
All right, we get into 36 plus here, and it's only one class of 36, so ultimately it's going to come down to whoever we pick here. Obviously, will be our first and our grand, and second will be our second reserve. We've narrowed it down to these two here. Um, we've got two outstanding 36 plus does. I commend these two breeders on the conditioning they're in and how well they've been presented today. Just a little bit on each one. The red doe here, I love that snout on it. I mean, it's just head's just stuck up there. It's really coming out of them shoulders. It ties in nice and level. She's super level through there. I love the way her hip ties into her back legs and runs down through that pin set. Beautiful wedge shape. Super wide in that chest floor. Shoulder just ties in, just ultra feminine. If I want to be super critical on it, I'd like maybe see just a little bigger bone in that leg. That's me being super critical of a really good red doe. We get back into the black head, the black doe here. The head just super stout, super made. Again, it ties in beautifully in them shoulders. It too is a tick level. I love that chest floor. I love the amount of meat and muscle, and I really respect the bone size in this one's foot here. When we break this one down and we get really super critical on it, I'd like to clean the hip junction up in that. As it moves around the ring, I'm not a big fan of the hip and the way it moves around off the back rear end. But that's being super critical of another really, really good one. So these are going to be your two right here. We're going to go out and congratulate our grand and our reserve, and then move on down. I'll talk the others here right after we do that. After we get them two done. We got a third place one here. This black paint doe here, really, it caught my eye. I love the sportiness about it, and I love that head about it. The meat, the muscle, and the power that's represented right there in the front, nice and level across the top. Where we lost it and it ended up in third place is the pin set in the back. Snow ways as wide as the two that we placed in front of it. I want to widen it up in that back 1/3, open up that pin set through that stifle, and then we'll move it in a little bit higher today. But a really, really nice one here in third place. We get in the fourth place here. Really caught my eyes. It came in. Josh, too, we talked about it. Big, stout, nice full blood doe here, percentage doe here. Love the power in that neck and down that chest floor. Where we really lost is in that front leg here. The shoulders is wanting to just buckle over that knee just a little bit. We didn't like the way it transitioned through there. That's why we bumped it down the line here, but a really, really nice one. She's done a great job showing. As we move back here into fifth place here, another super nice traditional doe that is just really balanced, really ultra feminine. I'd like to strengthen the bone in it. I'd like to make it a little bit bigger bone and maybe get it up off the ground just a little bit to compete with the big horses in front of them there. But a really nice doe here. As we move back in the last place here, another super nice doe. Love the neck extension. Where I lost it, I want to see that neck and the shoulders open up. It tapers a little bit too much. It gets a little pinched at the base of them shoulders. I want to widen it up a little bit at the base of the shoulders. And then ultimately it would widen it up at the ground and make it a little bit wider as we move around the ring. But another really nice one. Congratulations.
Results from Class 9. First place, Natalie Scholl. Second place, Taylon Davis. Third place, Adeline Horn. Fourth place, Logan Holland. Fifth place, Olivia Rosemeyer. Sixth place, Audrey Poling. And then also the drive followed the same thing. First place, Natalie Scholl. Second place, Taylon Davis.
Well, we'll kind of try to keep this moving along here. We've still got a couple of pretty big classes in the full blood does before we do our lunch break. But um, my affinity for the percentage program has grown over the years. I honestly didn't know what to think about it when I first got into the boar goat industry. I think we've made some significant changes recently in the last 5 years, and it's really helped our percentage program. We've got some things coming down the line that could certainly make it evolve into something different potentially. I think this is a tremendous opportunity to be able to use some different sets of genetics to manipulate the phenotypic progress within these percentage herds across the country. And I think it's pretty evident when we get into shows like this as to the differences that you see out here within every class, every division, and then even in our champion lineup out here ultimately. You see the differences in the designs and the styles and the muscle shape and the amount of capacity they have in relation to their maturity patterns, and at different times they look different ways, and I think that's all what adds to the intrigue of the percentage program. And so, love them or hate them, I think the percentage does that you see before you in the ring are 6 females that you can use as foundation females within a percentage program, whether you're looking to breed up or breed down or keep them right where they're at. And I think for us, we found 2 of them out here that ultimately, when we look at the basics, we study them from the ground up. We look at the angles. We look at the amount of shape, and then all the balance and the eye appeal that they possess out here today. They may be a little bit different, but they're ultimately good when you talk about the fundamental basics of livestock evaluation. And these does can certainly hold their own in any regard and in any show. And you're going to hear this a couple more times. But for these to be that good and this good today, these are bred and owns, folks. Shake your heads and nod and then applaud. Thank you very much. We'll go pick you a champion in reserve.
All right, I have the results. Grand champion percentage doe from the yearling division, we have Faithlin Scholl. And the reserve grand champion doe from the junior division, we have Jordan Jelnick. Yeah. Once again, while we're finishing up some pictures here, lunch is going to be after the 3 to 6 month full blood. And right at that point, when lunch starts, we're going to have the costume contest right here in the show ring. Immediately following the costume contest, we're going to have the invitational sale preview here in the ring also. Results for our senior pairs. Grand champion went to Allie Gurley, and reserve grand champion went to Grace Ellis. Entering the ring at this time, we are starting our Full Blood Dojo Class 1. There are 33 entries. And the junior division right here is sponsored by Rolling K Farms.
said about the 0 to 3 class. I think the one thing we all have to agree upon when it comes to showing 0 to 3s is it's not easy, and sometimes it's a chore. Sometimes it's really fun, and I think out here today it's been a bit of a chore. With the way that they've acted and the way they've not cooperated and trying to get a good bead and a good read on where these things are at and what they have to offer from a phenotype aspect. The young ladies, white-legged doe up front is one, and I don't really honestly think we ever had a question on. She's put together so well from end to end and top to bottom. I love the rib shape. I love the look up front, the elevation through her chest floor, the amount of extension that she has in terms of her muscling as we work our way down through that forearm and lower leg and twist. How good she is at the ground. I think that one's just put together extremely well and really has a tremendous future in front of her. That dapple doe that comes second is one that, gave the young lady some fits. She was one that really wanted to fight the halter, not get out, and really get to traveling quite well. And that's just part of it. I think one of the things that we noticed about her is when we get her out here and we analyze that front end assembly, you look at that shoulder construction. We can ask that one to be laid back just a nickel smoother in the way that her shoulder blade wants to come out of there and just get a little coarser at times. And I think that's a bit concerning on down the road as we project her into the yearling phase and maybe even the latter junior phases of her show career. If it'll hold together and kind of she'll grow into that a bit, I think she's going to be all right. But for now, it's just a nickel course for us. We did love the rib shape and the amount of muscling that she showed you when you got right behind her. Still got an impressive look, really good at the ground from what we could tell as well. Young lady's red doe that's going to come third. This is one that a lot of times would automatically get discounted due to the fact she doesn't have that weight per day of age. She's not as big and as bold and as stout featured right now as some of those ones that are on either side of her. But here's a really neat, attractive doe that's good in her line. She's very symmetrical. She's awesome in her balance. She's got a tremendous profile, and she's got some natural width and natural shape to her. I think there's just a lot of good things to be said about a young, immature, very juvenile and green type of a doe kid. And that's what you see right here. Just got to probably give her more substance today to move her up. Young man's traditional doe that comes after her is one that's got some substance and mass. She gets a little bold and round out of that shoulder. She wants to roll off in that pin set and maybe round out of that hip a bit more than ideal. But I do love the rib shape. I do love the amount of spread she has to her underpinnings. That paint doe that comes after her is one that gets a little immature today in terms of her performance, in terms of her stoutness. Just need to see her a little bolder sprung, probably through that middle, particularly in the flex to that first and second rib right off the backside of her shoulder needs to be improved, as well as that muscling capability down in through that stifle and lower leg. Red doe that comes after her is one absolutely love her on the profile. Just got to pull that thing apart, see more horizontal width within that doe all the way through the center part of her body cavity. The four does that round out the class. Some good ones when you talk about form and function. Good at the ground, maybe just need pulled apart at times, need to be opened up through their chest floor. See more muscle expression, more muscling characteristic as we work our way down their top and out of their hip. Maybe just get a little too flat and narrow gauge today to move up any higher, but still really good profiling does with an ample amount of structural correctness.
All right. Results from our Class 1 Junior Full Blood Does 0 to 3 months are first place, Lizzie Hefner. Second place, Tegan Walker. Third place, Liesel Bumgarner. Fourth place goes to Carson Bumgarner. Fifth place, Laney Brown. Sixth place, Adeline Hefner. Seventh place, Drew Ponches. Eighth place, Adeline Hefner. Ninth place, Wyatt Huben. And 10th place, Macy Elliott. Next in the ring, we will have Class 2 Junior Full-Bloods, does 3 to 6 months. We have 39 entries. So anybody that has an invitational sale animal, they can start coming into the preview ring. They can start coming into the check-in ring at any time. Costume contest, right, be sort of right by the exit over here. I know we still have to have some people get out of the ring yet, but they'll be coming in the exit area. We do have a sponsor for this class. We have Terry and Sue Taylor that are sponsoring this class today, so we welcome them online again. will be excusing the outside rail. It's a nice round of applause.
young lady up here in the front with the dapple. As she came in, it hit me and Josh pretty hard from go. She just puts it all together. I mean, just beautiful on the profile, great neck extension. I mean, look how beautiful that head and that curvature is already started into those horns. Level across that top, got perfect angulation in that hip. Just picks them up and puts them down on all four corners. Super wide chested. That's really what separated her, 1 and 2 for us is when we really get into that chest floor. She's just blown apart in that chest floor, and she carries it very naturally. And she just picks them up, puts them down on her corners, and just moves very fluent around there. Just a really good one to start the class. We couldn't poke a hole in. Not to take away from that second place goat. We really like how good this one is. Super sporty. Love how that shoulder, that neck just comes up out of them shoulders. The breed character in that head is just great. Like I said, we critiqued it maybe in that chest floor area, not quite as wide as what we put in the first place hole, possibly a little bit bigger boned. And maybe you just want to depth that flank area a little bit from stifle to flank, maybe just a little bit deeper, but I'm being super critical on a really, really good one. That's congratulations, very good one. We fall back into the third place. This young man made his way up through there. We actually had him deep in there, and actually when we got back there and moved these goats around, he kind of separated himself and worked his way up. There again, he's super fluent on his feet and legs. Maybe just a tick better in that hip area. We'd like to put a little more angulation in it, but I love how wide his top line is. I love that chest floor about him, and the meat and muscle there too. Also, we want to probably make her a little deeper in that flank. It's a little shallow in the flank area, and that's being super critical of a really good one. These top three just really jumped out at us, but another really, really good one. We got back to the number 4. Another profile view, really, really good. Good on his feet and legs. We want to blow it apart a little bit. Chest floor is not quite as wide as the 3 we put in front of it. I want to bring it up, make it a little bit wider, put a little more meat and muscle on it. This one here, me and Josh both said, run its way up there. Super green. This goat still could use a little bit more to it. It's a super green goat, but I mean, he ran his way up through there. Maybe blow him apart in that rear 1/3 too to make him move any higher, but a really good one too. We get back into 5th here. I love the amount of meat and muscle this one carries in the back 1/3 down through that front forearm. I'd like to see it stretched out a little bit. To me, it's a little short, compact. I want to blow it apart a little bit on that top line. I want to make it stretch it out just a little bit to move it any higher today, but another really good one on profile here. We work our way back into the solid red doe. Super long. Love the length of body on this. I love that chest floor about it. I love that head, the way it comes up out of that the front four there. But I want to level that top line out. It wants to break when it's on the move, and then when we get it loose out there, it tracked better when it was loose. But when it's on the lead, I feel like it's a little bit deeper on them pasterns. I want to stand it up on them toes just a little bit to move it any higher today. But a really good red doe. As we move back into the to the next doe here, this young lady's got. Love the top line on it. Super wide across that top line. Just not deep enough for us. It's a little too shallow in the chest floor. Works its way back into the flank area and just gets really flat line through there. I would really want to put a little bit more barrel in there and make it a little deeper to run it any higher today. As we get our way back through the rest of the class here, I want to blow them apart a little bit. I want to widen them up, add a little bit more bone to them. And then on their feet and legs, they just were tucked up under them. They didn't travel around the ring as quite as fluent as the ones in front of them, but another really good set in their own right. Congratulations to everyone.
All right, our results for Class 2 Junior Full Blood Doe, 3 to 6 months. First place, Jackson Harmon. Second place, Jackson Harmon. Third place, Amber Schrader. Fourth place, Jackson Harmon. Fifth place, McCoy Llewellyn. Sixth place, Logan Fife. Seventh place, Amber Schrader. Eighth place, Tucker Llewellyn. Ninth place, Kayla Whitman. 10th place, Eliana Sand. 11th place, Macy Elliott. 12th place, Kendry Vargas. 13th place, Tucker Llewellyn. And at this time, lunch starts.
The costume contest and the novice are coming in the ring first. So it's a novice and then a junior group.
Okay. Okay, we're doing the novice costume contest first. All right, everybody, we're back in the ring now. Class 3 junior full blood does 6 to 9 months. We have 28 entries.
outstanding set of these 6 to 9s within this class. A lot of good does that left the ring, and then we get down to these 13, I think, and kind of take them back to the back pen and look at a few things off the chain and get them back out here and start to study the differences in the phenotype and how they match up from a body standpoint, whether they've got the right kind of volume, the right kind of look, the right kind of shape and expression. You look at the design to the doe up front, and that one is just pretty fault-free. And Randall and I we got to going back and forth about a couple of other does in the line, and then we kind of came back to her, and we said, well, we really hadn't talked about her too much because we just couldn't find a whole lot wrong with her, and that's perfectly describes that doe, I think, as one that is extremely fault-free and balanced and just very fundamental in all the aspects to her build. She's super square built from the ground up. She's one that is really nicely designed off the profile, drawn out beautifully in that top line, and that's really what draws you in at times when you start to study the parts and pieces. That one is just laid in so perfectly at both ends of her spine. She's angled right from hook to pin. She's really transitions well in those balance points when you talk about rib shape and turn to her top and angularity out through that front end. Just ties everything together so beautifully. This doe in second is one that's pretty intriguing to us as well. We love the turn to her rib, that extra bit of depth she has from forerib and the sweep to her underline back through that flank. She's got a unique look up front. She's got some breed character in the way she comes at you from her skull all the way down in through that chest floor. She's probably one that I would like to maybe level just a bit out of that hip. Maybe just ask her to be a little bit more secure on those rear pasterns. It's not bad, but you could certainly see if you don't manage that right, it's probably going to be an issue down the road. Ultimately, she's not as broad up through that chest floor as the doe that wins the class, and she probably handles with as much expression down her top, but just maybe not down low enough when we get right around behind her. But that's still a really, really good doe that we like quite a bit. This doe in third is one that if you like stout bones and big legs and big feet, this is the one that you're going to tie to, and you're going to do a lot of things in a breeding program to improve some of those stoutness features within a herd with a doe like this. And we certainly compliment her with all that power and substance that she shows you from the ground up. And I think along with that, she handles with an aggressive amount of muscling down her top and out of her hip. We like that about her as well. Maybe not quite as elite and supple in her design up front as the does that lay right ahead of her within the class, and also a female that when we get her out on the move, she does better on the chain, okay? She does really well there, but when we take her and turn her loose in the pen, everything kind of wants to get a bit discombobulated at times, and I think she wants to roll out of the top side of that shoulder a bit, maybe tuck up underneath of her ever so slightly at times. But when you get her stopped and you get her parked, we like that doe quite a bit. She's just a little bit different in her type and kind, and maybe just could have just a bit more aesthetic pleasing look up through that front 1/3 to match up with those two does that go out in front. Young lady's doe that's going to come next is another one that's got power, shape, and substance, and we like that about her. She's one that when we get her out in the line, you view that profile, she's one that just shortens up too much for me and for Randall as well. From elbow back to flank, in that center carriage, she just needs to be about a rib longer to ideally balance out with what you see in terms of power on both sides. But I think mated to the right herd sire, this one can be a whale of a good brood doe on down the road, an awesome asset to that young lady's breeding program. The next doe in the lineup is one that does show some more length and extension up through that front end. Absolutely love this doe when we turned her out in the pen. I think this is, I told Randall, and I made a comment about this female, if you had 100 of these does running out in the pasture, you'd be set. You could find a lot of bucks. And he goes, heck, I'd just like to have 10 of them. And I was like, well, yeah, that's true. But that is as fault-free a female as you can ask one to be built and kind of coordinated around when you talk about the skeletal layout, how everything's organized, how she touches the surface, the look up front. We just got to see more of her, okay? Just more pounds heavy, a bit more performance to ideally get up there. We questioned her age just a little bit, but she is one of the older does within the class. If she was on the young end, just turned into this class, you probably would have been up there at the top end. We just wanted to see more of her, but we absolutely love that female. Black-headed doe that comes next is one. Love her on the standstill, perfect in her profile, drawn out exceptionally well. Love the lines, love the balance, love the symmetry. Just doesn't have enough muscle shape as we work our way down and through those lower appendages when we talk about that forearm. And she doesn't carry it down full enough through her twist and lower leg. It doesn't tie in as full as it needs to right above that hock to afford her enough stability as we get her out on the move. That black paint doe that comes after her is another one. Kind of does the same thing, maybe just a bit more stoutness and feature in that doe at times versus the one that goes out in front of her. But she, again, wants to maybe not get as level out of that top line and out of that hip as those does that fall out in front of her. But we still like the way that center carriage is designed, a lot of curvature to that rib. A couple of does that fall after her. Young lady's doe here just needs opened up and squared up through her chest floor. The big spot-chested doe that comes next is impressive. I think from this view right here that I have of her, she could probably win the class. It's her rear third that we really have issue with. We'd like to open her up in that pin set, provide her some more muscle shape as we get right around behind her and afford her some more stability through that rear hock. Same can be said about the two does that follow her. Does that just need to be fixed in their muscle pattern, see more delineation and separation of that muscling to see just a bit more fluidity as we get them out on the travel. A paint doe that with the right front that comes, or with the left white left front leg. There you go. I'll say it eventually. Really good doe that has a good profile. Just again, not enough performance and power and shape there. The doe that rounds out the class is another one. Built good from the ground up, just not enough actual muscle shape and natural ability to get wide enough today to move up any higher.
Results from Class 3 Junior Full-Blood Doe 6 to 9 months are: first place, Walker Short; second place, Piper Fisher; third place, Hannah Chaffee; fourth place, Amber Schrader; fifth place, Zachary Phillips; sixth place, Walker Short; seventh place, Taylon Davis; eighth place, Olivia Rosemeyer; ninth place, Ava Sands; 10th place, Tori Brink; 11th place, Cora Baumgartner; and 12th place, Kellen Knott. Next in the ring, I believe we have Class 4 Junior Full-Blood Does 9 to 12 months. We should have 7 entries. Okay, I don't know if you want to enter this one quick. I need it back.
All right, 9 to 12 does here. We're going to start off with the young lady up in the front with the solid red doe. As she moved around the ring and as we worked and sorted through there, similar to the last class, as me and Josh was kind of evaluating, and then we come back to it, and we couldn't pick it apart as finding a hole or finding a major problem of any type. She just walked around the ring beautifully. She's got that head, great horn set, neck extensions, beautiful. I mean, she just ties in great in that shoulder, big wide chest up in here, nice and level across the top. Plenty of meat and muscle down the back, and she just floated around the ring beautifully. So we couldn't really pick her apart and find a hole. That's what puts her in the front today. Congratulations, young lady. You were first place. As we move back into second place here, another one that I feel pretty sure is probably one of the younger ones in this 9 to 12. From the front and the profile view, absolutely gorgeous. I love that head. I love the way it ties into them shoulders, how level it is, and the meat and the muscle it puts out. You can tell it's probably a younger goat. Where I lost it was when you get behind it. I wish we had a little more meat, a little more muscle on that back 1/3. If that matched the front, we probably have a winner here. But a very good goat, just lose a little bit on the back 1/3. I want to add a little more meat, a little more muscle, and bring it down inside that stifle area to move it any higher today. But a really nice doe this young man has. As we get in third place here, this young lady has big, broad chest here. Good job, buddy. As it moved around the ring, it actually on walk, it does a lot better. A lot of times, though, when you see it set, it's outside of itself. I really want to, that shoulders, I really want to taper them in a little bit, get those legs a little bit more up under it. Make that neck a little bit longer. It's a little short in his neck. I want to lengthen that neck out a little bit to move it any higher. That's basically what separated 2 and 3 is the neck extension, just not quite long enough. And the front shoulders there, we want to taper them in just a little bit and not have them going out. But a really nice doe with lots of meat, lots of muscle, very deserving of third place. Get back into fourth place here. We got one that's got lots of power, lots of meat, lots of muscle. It just don't tie it all together for us. It's one thing me and Josh were talking about. It's kind of a piecey. Tapers off really steep in the rump back there. I want to level that top line up. Maybe bring the inside in a little bit. The legs are getting a little bit outside of it. It just didn't tie all the pieces and parts together to move any higher. Plenty of meat and muscle though. Great job exhibiting. As we move back into the next, as it moved around the ring, I want to open it up on them back legs. It was getting a little tight. She was a little narrow in the back for us, and then also right behind the neck. I didn't like the way the shoulders tied into the top line. I want to smooth that up just a little bit to move her any higher today. And we move back to the young lady behind her. She just got out horsed today. She potentially is probably one of the younger ones too. She just got out horsed by these big ones in front of it. Congratulations. And just got outpowered. And then same thing with the other. Want to put a little bit bigger bone up under it, but she's long, she's elegant, feminine on the look. Just want to put a little bit more bone up under her to move her any higher today. Congratulations.
Results from Class 4, Junior Full Blood Doe, 9 to 12 months. First place, Isabella Mobley. Second place, Brody Miller. Third place, Alina Blair. Fourth place, Jalen Rogers. Fifth place, Alina Blair. Sixth place, Lucy Rolls. Seventh place, Shania Mills. Now coming into the ring, we have the Junior Full Blood Drive.
Oh, the junior divisions are always fun, and then when you get into these full blood does, I mean, I mean, tremendous amount of quality. It's always so cool when you get all your first and seconds back out for your division lineup, just to kind of see where everything lands and how they match up, or maybe even in a lot of instances how they don't match up, and certainly that becomes a challenge. But when we get into shows like this with the supreme amount of quality, I don't care if they all match up or not, as long as they're all good. And I think all these does, when you talk about all 8 of them that are out here, I mean, they're all good in their own right. They offer you a lot of high quality aspects to their build, to their structure, to the amount of mass and volume and muscle capacity that they show you, and ultimately that's what it comes down to. And then you start to talk about the intangibles, right? How their presence in the ring really affects the way that they're viewed within the rest of the lineup, and some of those little bitty nitpicky things that you start to scrutinize as a judge, and ultimately for us, it becomes super fun. We didn't necessarily disagree on this class. We had a lot of things to discuss because there's a lot of ways you can justify doing a lot of different things within this lineup, and we'll move on after we select your champion in reserve and get through the rest of your show. But let's give our junior division exhibitors a big round of applause in the full blood show.
All right, official results. The champion, grand champion, junior full blood doe goes to Jackson Harmon. And again, the reserve champion, junior full blood doe goes to Jackson Harmon. Coming into the ring now, Class 5, Yearling full-blood does, 12 to, oh, nope, junior pairs. See, I got ahead of myself again. Grand champion junior pairs goes to Jackson Harmon, and reserve grand champion goes to Walker Short.
Well, I can assure you one thing. Randall and I are awful pleased with the fact that we are able to come out here in classes like this and find this much quality and be this deep in such a popular age division for this time of year, right? You see all that, all the quality in all these does, and the fact that they're bred knowns. I told you I'm going to keep harping on it, uh, because if I will get it drilled into all of you by the end of the day today, that these kids right here are the breeders that will be and are going to be the future of this association. And so you better get behind them right now, because they're going to be the ones leading this deal in the next 5 to 10 years. And what a way to prove to all of you that they are more than capable of doing that when they bring out a class that is this deep and this competitive all the way down the line. A beautiful doe up front, red-tailed doe that we've started with. This one is massive in every dimension that you can just think of. I mean, she's just so wide-chested. She has such a tremendous turn to her rib and to her top with all that depth and enough softness and wedge and shape and sweep to her underline, and then just massive out of her hip. I mean, from hook to hook and pin to pin, as wide as you can ask one to be. She's good and expressive in terms of muscle shape down her top. She's excellent at the ground. She kind of actually moves a bit better on the chain than she does loose in the pin. When she's loose in the pin, she just wants to get a bit lazy at times, and that's fine. I understand that, but she also needs to know that this is just the beginning of the week so far, and so she's got a few days to go, and so hopefully she'll pep up a little bit. You're going to get nitpicky and you're going to get critical on that doe. I want to change her horn set. I want to change the top part of her pole shape just a bit to get her more in line with what we would like to see in terms of breed character. I don't think it's a too much of a discriminating factor where you're going to place her down because of it, but I would like to change that horn set a bit just from the aesthetic point of view, but that's still an awful broody and just massive high capacity type of a female. The young lady's doe in second is one really attractive up through that front end. Love the way her neck ties in high up out of her shoulder. Love the head shape. I think she's got the right kind of depth of jaw, that width to her muzzle and between her eyes. She carries down nicely and squares up really well at the base of that sternum, through her chest floor, down in through that knee. She's probably one that needs a shot more power when we get right around behind her compared to maybe the doe up front. But she holds her top line better than the doe that comes in third. Maybe not quite as nicely designed and level as the doe up front. There's just not as much doe that can compete with that one that wins the class, but that's still an awful good one right there that does a lot of good things the right way. Young lady's doe that's going to come third is one. Again, I love the wedge shape. I love the curvature to her rib. She's up fronted, maybe not quite as elongated in terms of the vertebrae length from the top of her shoulder to the top of her pole. But that's still a good one. She doesn't square out quite as wide through that chest floor and maybe gets a little bit flat in terms of muscle shape when we analyze her from right behind, but that's still an awful good female. She's good at the ground. Love her when we turn her loose in the pen. Just got to see a few things tweaked in terms of the outline and the overall width to that center carriage. Young man's doe that's going to come next. I love the front view on that doe. I think she's more than adequate in terms of rib shape as well. Where we draw issue with this one is when we get her out on the move. She just simply doesn't have enough correctness to the way that her hock is aligned with that pin bone. She has too much set to that hock. She doesn't have enough muscle shape down low to keep it rigid enough and strong enough in her lateral movement when we get her out on the go. And I think that's a pretty big fault for us today. And if we could change that fact about her, we love a lot of the other things that come with it. The black dapple doe, the polka dot doe, if you will, is going to come after her. One that's lower built to the ground. Don't mind that whatsoever. I think that's probably her best look is in terms of that moderation of scale. But along with that, you're going to pick on her proportions and pick on her size out of the way that she comes at you out of that front 1/3, elongate her up there and the way that her neck ties in. And that head sits up there just a nickel low. But that one is tanky. She's wide chested. She's big barreled. She's got a ton of spring and rib. Maybe just like to elongate that one a bit and just see her take things to another level in terms of hock shape and hock angle as we view her with the rest of the class. Young man's doe that's going to come next is another one. Gets a little shorter coupled at times, but again, you love the center body shape, you love the depth, you love the broodiness and the productive value that she shows you down low. Maybe I'll ask that one to be opened up and elevated a bit through that chest floor, but that's still a good functional female. Young man in the blue shirt there, it's going to come out next. A long spine, level top doe that doesn't have enough shape and dimension when we get right around behind her. Couple of paint does that follow him. Really attractive on the profile. I like that about them. They give up a lot of stoutness and a lot of power today. Same can be said about the two black dapples that follow and round out this really good set. These does they do a lot of good things in a very functional way. When you talk about feet and legs, talk about how they get out and go. You like a lot of the aspects to their skeletal design. They just don't have enough power today. An extension of muscling down low or maybe outwards in their lower body cavity as we get them out here and analyze them with the rest of the class. But a good lineup from top to bottom with a really good top end.
Results for Class 5 Yearling Full Blood Doe, 12 to 16 months. First place goes to Zachary Phillips. Second place to Piper Fisher. Third place, Tori Brinks. Fourth place, Tori Brinks. Fifth place, Cade Sanders. Sixth place, Clayton Newton. Seventh place, Knox Logan. Eighth place, Eliana Sand. Ninth place goes to Lucy Rolls. 10th place, Olivia Rosemeyer. And 11th place to Maddie Boyd.
we're going to start the class off with this big pink doe up here the young lady has in the front. Big, powerful. Just moves around the ring. That was one thing me and Josh was talking about. She got out and went around the ring very well. Carries that meat and muscle from tip to tail, from the top to the bottom, from the ground up. Just full of meat and muscle, but still stays very elegant. When she actually sticks that goat and gets it set, I mean, it's just beautiful on the profile and just super wide. I mean, just as wide back on the shoulders to the pin set. I mean, just super wide. Just all a good one to start the class. It was just going to be hard to get around. Very good one to start the class. Congratulations. But not to take nothing away from this second place goat. I actually caught my eye as soon as it came in. I love the front end on this. It just ties in his shoulders very well. I mean, big, robust shoulders and forearms, nice and level across the top. Got a great angulation in that hip. Just a really good one to follow it. Maybe not quite as long as the one that we placed in first, but that's me being super critical on two really, really good ones. The third place one here, love that front forearm here. I love that chest, the way it ties in through the shoulders and the top line. I want to get it up off the ground just a little bit, elevate it, just get it off the ground a little bit more. Maybe open it up just a tick in the back or in the rear as it moves away from you. But other than that, a really, really nice one too to follow in the third place hole. As we fall back into fourth place, I mean, just as powerful as the two I had in the front, in that front 1/3. I mean, that chest is just super, just powerful meat, and the muscle and the shoulders are really good. I just need some more angulation in that hip. It's just a really, really short hip up there. We need a little more angulation to move it any higher today, but another really good one. As we get back here, we're just getting overpowered now. We got one that's just getting a little overpowered, a little fine bone back here in that cannon bone and in those front legs. I want to build those bones up a little bit, make it a little stronger. She gets a little narrow muzzle to compete with this in front of today, but on profile, she's very nice and elegant. Very good doe. As we peel back here into the next one, big, stout-headed. I want to strengthen that neck, though, stretch it out a little bit. It's got a big muscled-up front end on it, but I think we need to peel a little bit off of it. Take a little bit off of that condition on that side there. I think that goat would look even better, and would probably run its way on up to the front a little bit more. As you move on back, we got to get this goat up off the ground. It's not quite elevated as the ones that were in front of it. I want to get it off the ground, stretch it out a little bit, open up it in the back 1/3 as it tracks away. You can kind of see it's a little bit narrow, but a good profiling doe. As we move into the red doe here, the red doe, same thing as we just said on this one here. I want to open up that chest floor. She sets it up really good and wide, but as it moves around, it wants to tuck them feet up under. It just doesn't have the chest and the meat and the muscle as the ones in front of it, but a really good doe in its own right. And then as you get back into the back here, these just get outpowered. We need to get their feet and legs maybe a little corrected, and they just doesn't have the bone that the ones in front had, but all in all, a good class. Congratulations.
Results for Class 6, yearling full blood doe, 16 to 20 months. First place, Piper Fisher. Second place, Piper Fisher. Third place, Colton Cobb Workman. Fourth place, Gracie Smith. Fifth place, Ashlyn Huff. Sixth place, Colton Klobb Workman. 7, Audrey Poling. Eighth place, Alina Blair. Ninth place, Audrey Poling. 10th place, Maddie Boyd. 11th place, Laney Brown. 12th, Ellie Doyle. In the ring now, Class 7, yearling full blood does, 20 to 24 months.
is where once they all got in here and started to make the turn down this side and walk down the main drag here, it kind of fell into line which one was going to rise to the top, and she kind of held her own the entire time and really was never in doubt. This young lady's doe up at the front end is one that well, I just love a lot of things about how she's built, how she puts everything together. So deep from forerib back to flank, tremendous sweep to her underline. Just a a level of maternal and productive look that you can't find in a lot of does. So good in the top side of her skeleton, the way that her spine hooks in off of both ends. She's attractive, she's elevated, she's supple, she's feminine up through that front end. She's laid in good from hook to pin. She's got enough muscle expression and width and volume when we get right around behind her, step around in front of her. You appreciate the chest floor, and still she's tucked up in that sternum. She's not pushing out a lot of brisket with the age that she's at, and she's just super maternal and broody in her overall makeup. And it's hard to really find a big flaw within this young lady's doe. Young man's doe that's going to be second in the class is another one. She's opened up wide through that chest floor, really elevated in the way that neck hooks into the top of her shoulder. Maybe one that just gets a little uncoordinated in the way that her spine ties into the back side of her blade. We'd like to elevate it, strengthen it right there in that chine bone, see her a bit longer and leveler in the way that she comes at you. I mean, correct that one out of the way that pelvis is aligned. It wants to taper a bit more than ideal through that pin set, and maybe just gets a little flatter in terms of her muscle capabilities as we work our way down through that twist and stifle and lower leg, and just hasn't really had the strength to hold that hawk in check as we get her out and maneuver her around the ring. Young lady's doe that's going to come third is one. There's a power female within that doe. Tremendous amount of bone. Like the stoutness to her feature. She's one that's probably just a bit overcooked in terms of conditioning and staleness today. I think we just freshen that one up. She's got a lot to offer from a stoutness aspect. I think she's laid in good at the top side of her skeleton. She's really breedy and has a lot of character about her head and her skull design. I think she's got a tremendous amount of width off of both ends and spread apart and wide through her underpinnings. She's just a doe that we just need to freshen up in her overall makeup. Young man's doe that's going to come next is one that this one is wild. She's attractive up through that front end. She's pretty unique in the way that she's built, and the type of extreme design that this one holds in her phenotypic favor is really unique. And I think there's a lot of things and a lot of uses for this doe within a breeding program. For us today, I think along with that extra size and scale and height at the point of her shoulder and the point of her hip, this one just simply needs to be wider. She needs to show us more muscle expression. She just needs to be shapelier, if you will, particularly when we get right around behind her. She could have the added benefit of opening up wider from front to rear. But I think most importantly, if we could just add some extra dimension when we get right around behind that doe in terms of muscle shape, that could certainly lend to a different balance dynamic as we view her with the contemporaries that she has within this lineup. The next couple of does in the line, a real square, boxy made doe that's going to come next, kind of the opposite end of the spectrum of the one that just went out ahead of her. This one gets a little shorter coupled. She gets a little jammed up off of both ends. Just need to stretch her out, pull her apart, ask her for a bit more flexibility at times off of both ends of her skeleton. The young lady behind her is another one. She's got some attractiveness. She's got some functional aspects to her build, maybe not quite as square made as the does that go and precede her within the lineup, but still good one in the way that she comes to you from a bold spring a rib standpoint. One that's still got some volume and some capacity throughout. The dapple doe that comes next is just, huge, thick-ended type of a female. Opens up wide through her chest, a big, bold barrel to that rib cage, and it starts up high. The curvature's good. she's one that just gets a little lower built to the ground. Honestly, just need to see more size and scale in that doe, and probably stretched out and corrected just a bit off the back side of that hip. The young lady's doe that's going to come next is another one that maybe it just could be an added benefit to have her stretched out off of both ends, maybe leveled out of that top line as well, and ask her to be a bit more aggressive in terms of natural width and substance. The trio of does that are going to round out the class, some good does in terms of feet and leg design. They're does that get a little uncoordinated in the way that they're maneuvered, in the way that they're organized in their skeletal design up top. We could ask them to be a bit more aggressive at times in their muscle shape, and their overall pattern can be extended horizontally to give them more capacity and more volume throughout that body cavity.
Results from Class 7, yearling full-blood doe, 20 to 24 months. First place, Bailey Lamb. Second place, Tucker Llewellyn. Third place, Emma Diefenbach. Fourth place, Isaac Cruz Redden. Fifth place, Adeline Horn. Sixth place, Macy Elliott. Seventh place, Faithlyn Scholl. Eighth place, Allison LeConte. Ninth place, Lexus Huben. 10th place, Macy Elliott. And 11th place, Victoria Gammons.
got an outstanding set of 6. Please put your hands together for what we have out here. These exhibitors have done an outstanding job presenting these and showing them. We both pretty much, once they were set, we kind of had in our mind, and we were both together on where we were going. We got 2 out here. They're all really, really, really good, but we got 2 that have hit us really hard. I mean, just from tip to tail, they tie in and just perfectly, and they move around the ring. That's really where we're getting at, is moving around the ring, and they're up on them feet and legs good, and they just transition well. We'll go out and shake the hands of your grand and your reserve.
Results: Grand Champion Yearling Full Blood Doe Bailey Lamb, and Reserve Champion Yearling Full Blood Doe Zach Phillips. Harry and Sue Taylor tonight again. So we welcome them online again.
All right, we get in starting these aged does here with small class, 2 entries. We'll start with a young lady up in the front here. Just well balanced, beautiful doe here. I love that breed character up in her head. I love how her neck and her shoulders tie together, and she's nice and fluent down that top line. And got great angulation in that hip area. If I want to be super critical, I'd like to get her up off the ground. She's a little too low for me. I'd love to get her up off that ground and just move her around a little bit better. We fall back into second place here. Beautiful breed character up in the head. Just when you get behind the goat, I lose it in between those hooks to pins back there. I want to make some more muscle back there. I want to make it a little wider, especially when it tracks away to compete with the doe that's in front of it. But 2 nice does here. Look forward to seeing them back in the drive.
Results for our Class 8. First place, Thomas Gammons. Second place, Christian Stockberger. Next in the ring, we have Class 9 Senior Full Blood Does, 36 plus. We should have 3 entries.
Well, a nice trio to round out our classes for the Full Blood Doe Show. We'll bring back and get these senior does division picked here in just a second. But in this trio, you know, we've got a lot of differences in size and shape and design packages, and the overall expanse that you see within each of these females is a bit different. And I think the things that we start to use to differentiate them is you look at the doe up front. This one is just solid from the ground up. She's good on her feet and legs. She's a doe that's got a tremendous turn to her rib. She's opened up wide up front. She's got enough length and extension up through that front 1/3, and the way her neck comes out the top of her shoulders. She's long spine. She's smooth back. She's level top. She's good out of her hip and hind leg. Just puts it all together in a really nice package to win this trio. The young lady's paint dapple that's going to, or the young man's paint dapple that's going to come second is one big, bold spring to that rib. I love the amount of curvature, the big barrel right there. This is a doe, it's just a bit more attractive in her head set. She's longer up through that front 1/3. She doesn't carry as much stoutness and as much muscle shape as the does on either side of her. I think she's more than adequate in that regard when you couple in the fact that she's just so right and in her angles up through that front end. She's more attractive in the way that she's designed off of both ends of her skeleton. And that's what puts her up in that second spot for us. The young man's doe that's going to come third is one that, you know, moderate in her build. I don't mind that about her whatsoever. I think she's one that's got a good amount of foot size and shape and bone underneath of her. Not as attractive and aesthetically pleasing at times. She's just a bit more pedestrian in the way that she's put together off of both ends and wants to shorten up a bit off of either end of her spine. Just gets a little staler in terms of her underline and her center carriage versus those does that go out in front of her, but still a really good functional one with a lot of form and ability to go out and be a big brood time female for that young man.
All right. Results for Class 9, Senior Full Blood Does, 36 plus. First place, Drew Pontius. Second place, Levi Dulmus. And third place, Chase Zilkowski. Now move into our senior drive.
All right, we're going to get into the senior drive here, a small drive here with just these four goats here. Kind of separated themselves as they came in. Me and Josh had kind of had in our mind which way we were going to go. Good set here. Commend these breeders here. Let's give them a round of applause for this set of senior goats. We're going to go out and congratulate a winner.
Your championship drive for your senior full bloods. Grand champion was Drew Pontius. And reserve champion was Thomas Gammons.
All right, here we are in the overall grand drive for our full blood show of the Bred Knowns. Let's put our hands together. Give them a round of applause. I want to commend these breeders. They've done an outstanding job. Bred known means a lot to me and has for years of these kids actually getting out and selecting their goats and breeding them up and getting to this point in the stage. And I mean, they've done their part. They've done the work. They've done the breeding, matching up. And that's the tough part, as we all know, is matching up genetics and matching up to make make our next project or our next goat that we're going to be showing, our next kid crop. It's so hard to put together what one works this year and it doesn't work the next. And this group here of kids have an outstanding set of six to work with and keep moving forward with. Me and Josh are both in agreement on the two we're going with. At this moment, as I stand here, I do not know which grand I'm going to walk out and shake hands with. I'll say that much. Me and Josh are kind of back and forth on that. But two really, really good ones. And we're going to go out and shake hands with one of them.
And the overall grand champion full blood doe went to Bailey Lamb out of the Yearling division. Reserve grand champion full blood doe went to Jackson Harmon out of the junior division.
All top six.
We need the overall grand and reserve back in here, if possible. We need them have to come back in if they're still in here yet. Okay, just so everybody knows here, those when we were doing the overall for the does, we needed those 6 does to head back into the corner for drug testing. Bella Phillips, the 6 does that were in the ring for the overall need to go back into the back of the ring for drug testing. We have a loose goat. Heads up. Heads up, guys. Close the gate. All right, I have the results for the senior pairs. Grand champion, Zachary Phillips. Reserve grand champion, Piper Fisher. We're now starting our junior buck show. Class 1 junior full bloods, 0 to 3 months. There's 15 entries in this. We do have a sponsor for the entire junior buck show. It is TD Wall. And as for just the junior division, we have Hilltop Boars as a sponsor.
All right, we're in the 0 to 3 bucks here. Start to show off here. Good set. We're going to start off with the young man up here in the front with the spot back buck. I caught him when he came in. I was pretty impressed with him. I love that meat and muscle at this age in that front chest floor there. I love how wide he is across that top. When you get your hands on him, that's where I really respected him, and that's actually what put him in the top. When you run your hand down that back 1/3 of him, he's full of meat and muscle on that inside leg. Really good buck here to start the class. Couldn't really poke a hole in him. Good job, young man. Way to start the class. Yes, give him applause. We start in the second hole here. This young lady, this buck right here, ran its way up. As we walked this buck, he got out on his feet. He was great on his feet and legs, very athletic. Great buck here. Maybe not quite as wide chested with much meat and muscle as the one I started in the first, but very adequate for his age here in this 0 to 3 class. Nice and level across the top. Another one to follow that first place buck, just not quite as wide. A tick narrower than the one that we put in first place, but a really good one to follow him. We get back in the third place hole here. Another one. I love the chest floor on him. I love that breed character in there and how level he is. Only where we have our problem is from that front shoulder to that flank. We want to stretch him out. He's really coupled up together. I want to stretch him out. He's kind of just doesn't have as big a loin or long as loin as the two that we placed in front of him. He's just a little compact. Other than that, profile, he's beautiful. I just want to stretch him out. Another good buck to follow in third place. Get back here in the fourth place hole, the paint buck. Paint buck's probably one of the bigger bucks here, but he's a little too flat chested for me. I want to put some more meat and muscle in there and really blow him apart between those legs. Basically, same thing in the back. We want to add some meat and muscle in that back 1/3 to follow the ones that are in front of him. Nice young buck. We get back here into the to the dapple butt. When we got him out on the move, we thought that one was going to work its way up to the other dapple butt. I want to strengthen him off them back legs. I love the amount of meat and muscle in the forearm. I love the levelness through that top and that hip junction, but we want to strengthen them back pasterns there. He's a little too low for me at this age here. So then when we work our way back to the red buck here, he just gets a little narrow chested here for us. Doesn't have the meat, the muscle, and the capacity up through that front 1/3 that the goats we placed in front of it. We want to blow it apart in that front, get a little more spring of rib to it to move it any higher today. As we move back into the traditional and the black buck back here in the back, we want to clean some structure up. As he stands right here, right now, I feel like he's too wide. I feel like he's too much outside of his shoulders. I want to correct that right there. I want to get him back up under himself. He's blowed apart too much right there, and it could be a little structure. Same thing with the black one. He's a little bit outside himself and wants to buck over on that front knee. Long, level, lean. We got a lot of meat and muscle, but I want to correct him in the structure in this front forearm here to move him any higher today. As we get back into the rest of the class, we're lacking a little bit of meat, the muscle, and length of body. Good deal. Thank you. I didn't want that. We're just lacking in a little bit of meat and muscle to move them any higher today, but a great set of young little bucks with a bright future. Congratulations.
Results for Class 1 Junior Full Blood Buck 0 to 3 months are first place Carson Bumgarner, second place Tegan Walker, third place Tegan Walker, fourth place Tegan Walker, fifth place Tegan Walker, sixth place Knox Logan, seventh place Kendry Vargas, eighth place, if I can find it here, I don't see it. I'm not seeing it here. All right, I'm going to redo those results because I was given some results that had 2 5s in it. All right, Class 1, Junior Full Blood Blocks 0 to 3, first place. Carson Bumgarner, number 1. Second place, Tegan Walker. Third place, Tegan Walker. Fourth place, Tegan Walker. Fifth place, Tegan Walker. Sixth place, Lizzie Hefner. Seventh place, Knox Logan. Eighth place, Kendry Vargas. Ninth place, Lucy Rolls. 10th place, Tally Downs. 11th, Bradley Shirley. 12th place, Thomas Gammons. And 13th, Victoria Gammons. If we get a round of applause for everybody on the rail, that would be great. We can excuse them at this time.
Well, big numbers in that 3 to 6 class, and that's we usually see that in a lot of shows. That's a really good age to get these bucks out, see what they how they really stack up with the rest of the other breeders, and maybe just give you a bit of a gauge on where you need to go within your breeding program. And I'm happy to see as many of them as there were within this class, and then you get. You make a couple of cuts, you get this 10 lined up out here, and you start to turn them loose back there and really see some things as far as how they're built, how they're constructed, how they get out and go. And young man up front turned that buck loose, and we both kind of looked at each other and went, "Wow, that one there, that's a stud buck. He's got so much to him." He's so big and bold off of both ends. He's thick down that top. He's wide and expressive. He's still got some look. He's got some balance. He got some eye appeal as well. And he's so good all the way to the ground. I think that's where he really elevates himself into another league versus the ones that stand behind him. The structure is so spot on that he picks them up and he puts all four corners down in such the appropriate manner and in the right spot. It's just truly outstanding for one to be that performance oriented, that growthy, that powerfully constructed, and yet still get out there and go. I think he's got a ton of longevity built into him, and I look to see that one have a bright, bright future in front of him on down the road. The big Cape, the bigger Cape Doe buck that's going to come next is one that I really appreciate the look, the style, and the balance. There's no denying that when you get this guy out here and you get off to the side of him, man, he just draws you in. This is one that is just neat in the way that he's constructed. I think the total outline on this guy is just incredible. The style and the design to this one is really hard to make, and that's what elevates him up into that top pair for us. I think ultimately, when you study him and you probably compare him to the bucks on either side of him, you need to ask that one to be just a bit bolder and more expressive in terms of his muscle shape in certain areas. I need to open that one up through his chest forward and let him hit the ground a little square off of those front two. And ultimately, I think if you could do that and just broaden him horizontally and get him a little square set out on all four corners, I think that one rises to the top of the class quite easily in a lot of opinions. That one in third is really neat as well, super attractive and well balanced and gives you an ultra cool look up front. We like that about him. He's not as stout featured down low in terms of his bone work and foot size that the ones up front have, but he's still really expressive in terms of muscle shape down his top. Really good in the curvature to that rib. Big barreled. He's got a lot of surface area up top to lay on some muscle expression. I think the way that muscling is characterized out of his hip, maybe he just gets a little flatter at times. But still one that offers you a lot of power, a lot of shape, and a lot of look. Same can be said about that black buck that's going to come next. He's one that's bold sprung through that center. He's got some depth aside, and the way that he's angled up front is more than adequate as well. I'd like to change that one out of his hip and hind leg. I think we could adjust that pelvis, tip it forward, align him a bit better. From pin bone down through that hock would be a big advantage to him. Young lady's buck that comes next is one maybe just a little sloppier up through that front 1/3. He could tidy him up, give him a little extra look and balance at times. He gets a little off kilter from pin bone through that hock down to ground. I think we need to add a little bit of muscle shape to him as we get right around behind him and analyze him through that stifle and twist. The dapple buck that's going to come next is another one very useful in his type and kind and functional in the way that he's built through his center. But he's also one that maybe gets a little out of balance for us. The buck that follows him is another one that just doesn't have maybe quite enough performance, and he gets a little out of balance at times. I think his best days are down the road. Same can be said about the red dapple. that comes after him. I love the length of body, and I love the levelness down that top line. Maybe need to drop him down and soften him up from forerib to flank and add some extra pounds and weight per day of age. The two bucks that round out the class, bucks that maybe get a little shorter sided off on the profile, bucks that could certainly be widened out from the ground up and asked to have just a bit more power and performance today to move up any higher.
Results for our Class 2. First place, Jackson Harmon. Second place, Clayton Newman. Third place, McCoy Llewellyn. Fourth place, Kellen Knott. Fifth place, Scarlett Creasel. Sixth place, Kellen Knott. Seventh place, Drew Pontius. Eighth place, Kendry Vargas. Ninth place, McCoy Llewellyn. And 10th place, Bailey Lamb. Next in the ring, we have Class 3 Junior Full-Blood Bucks, 6 to 9 months. We have a sponsor for this class. It is Racing to the Heartland.
right, 6 and 9 full blood bucks here. We're going to lead the class off with the young lady in the front here. It called us as soon as we came in. It was just, it's a buck, big, massive, beautiful head on him. I love the way that top line, and when you get over top of him, that's really where I respect him. He's just as wide in the top, and you can see it in his chest floor. She hardly has to set those front legs; they just pop down right outside that chest. Beautiful angulation in that hip, moves around the ring good, full of meat and muscle, just well deserving of first place win here for this buck class. Congratulations. We fall back. Next one here, a little bigger buck here. This paint buck, he caught our eye. He's very sporty around here. I want to correct his horn set. I'm not a fan of his horn set. They're getting a little wild for me. Let's get him a little bit more rounded, following behind them ears. I love his top line here. Maybe make him a little deeper in that flank area to complete with the one in the front. And we felt like what as much meat on the back 1/3 as what we had on the first here, but a really good buck in its own right. We fall back into the dapple buck here. The dapple buck just ran into two really big bucks here. It just isn't blowed apart enough with enough meat and muscle in that front 1/3 to compete with what's in the front here, but a good dapple buck to fall into third place hole. We fall back into the fourth place here. This buck here, I love his front end. He's big, he's powerful, he's massive. But when you get around behind him, I lose the back 1/3. He doesn't open up as like his front end does. He doesn't have as much meat and muscle running down on the inside of that stifle. So that's why it puts him back in fourth place. We get back here in fifth place buck. Massive fronted, good top. I want to correct him on his front feet and legs here. It looks like he's wanting to get down on his front pasterns a little bit to me today. I want to get him corrected on them feet and legs to get any higher today. And then the young man in the back here, he just ran into some big, powerful bucks, probably one of the younger ones in this 6 and 9 class. Give him a little bit more time. He's just a little green today. Congratulations.
Results for Class 3 Junior Full Blood Buck, 6 to 9 months. First place, Amber Schroeder. Second place, Ava Sand. Third place, Brandon LeConte. Fourth place, Walker Short. Fifth place, Brandon LeConte. And sixth place, Hugh Baker. Next in the ring, Class 4 Junior Full Blood Buck, 9 to 12 months. There should be 2 entries.
Well, we're going to round out this junior division with a really nice 9 to 12 buck. These two young gentlemen brought us one that's really elevated up through that front end, gives you an ultra cool look as well. He's one that is attractive, balanced, really good in terms of rib shape. I like the amount of width he shows you through those underpinnings down that top. He's aggressive in his muscle pattern as well. Good down low when we get him out on the go, and we'll see how he balances up and how he matches up with our previous class winners, and we bring him back for our division lineup.
Results for Class 4 was first place went to Brody Miller. So the next in the ring, we'll have the junior drive. And immediately following that, we will do the junior pairs.
Well, a couple of pretty big classes in our junior buck division, 0 to 3s and 3 to 6s, had quite a few that presented about 60% or 70% of the show, honestly, with all the numbers that they had in those two classes. And lots of quality, lots of competitive bucks in all four classes. We get down to our junior drive here. We bring back these seven, our four class winners in those three respective seconds. And I think there's some individuals out here that can go out. They can be put on a set of does, whether you're talking commercial does, show type, weather type does, purebred does, whatever. I think there's a little bit of something for everybody out here. There's some bucks that are rugged, they're massive, they look like bucks, they're good on their feet and legs, they got some longevity built into them, and most importantly, I think they're built right, they're smooth made, and they're powerfully constructed. And that's how we see the couple of youngsters out here that we're going to use for champion and reserve. Let's give them a nice round of applause, if you would, and we'll go show you the two we like.
Results of the junior full block drive. Grand champion Jackson Harmon and reserve champion Amber Schroeder. Results for junior pairs. Grand champion McCoy Llewellyn and reserve grand champion Drew Pontius. Now entering the ring, class 5 yearling full blood bucks, 12 to 16 months. There's 7 entries. Now that we're getting into the yearling division here, we do have the yearling class sponsor. It is the ADM Mormons does that, and just so happens this full blood buck 12 to 16 month class has a sponsor in itself, and it just happens to be the man over my left hand shoulder, Terry and Sue Taylor.
All right, we're in the buck class here. We're going to lead off with the young man up here in the front, the big Cake buck. He's going to be our class winner. What led him up here is he's the most fault-free one in the class, and that's basically what brought him to the front. I love his big, powerful chest, his meaty front end, good and wide over the top. He's got adequate length or whatever. If I want to be super critical on him, I want to add some more meat to that rear 1/3. I want to widen him up on that back. I want to add some more meat and balance between stifle to stifle to make him a little bit better. But other than that, a good buck to lead the class off here. Congratulations. We fall back into the second place buck, probably the biggest buck in the class, biggest chested buck in the class. But we got some structural issues here. I want to correct him on his front legs there. He's wanting to turn out a little bit on them toes. And then when you get behind him as he walks away, he's weak on them pasturings to us. But he's big, he's massive, he's muscled up. I love those folds in the front there. I love the meat and muscle over the top. I just want to correct him at the ground to get him any higher today. As we move back into the third place buck, big, powerful front end buck. Love that head, love that horn shape on him. I love the balance we got there. And as we get back to the back, maybe not quite as much meat and muscle running down the back 1/3. And then I want to straighten up his scrotum circumference there. We got a little twist in it that is concerning to us. I want to straighten up that scrotum just a little bit for that twist that he has in it. We get back in fourth place, just not enough meat and muscle to compete with the ones in front of it. We want to widen it up, blow it apart at the ground, widen it up down that top loin, and then we want to maybe add a little bit more circumference to this scrotum. It's a little under than what we were looking for at this age for development. So that's why it puts it in the fourth place hole. As we get back into fifth place, we want to level that top out. We got it running downhill, running the wrong direction. We want to level that top out, add some more meat and muscle in the back leg here. And as you flow on back, we need to straighten up some legs, add some more meat, add some more muscle, and some power to compete with what's in front of the class today. But good, congratulations.
Results for Class 5 yearling full-blood buck, 12 to 16 months. First place, Drew Pontius. Second place, Eliana Sands. Third place, Grace Ellis. Fourth place, Ashlyn Huff. Fifth place, Boone Knotts. Sixth place, Zachary Phillips. And seventh place, McCoy Llewellyn. Next in the ring, we will have our Class 6 yearling full-blood bucks, 16 to 20 months. There should be 5 entries.
really good group of these yearling bucks out here. Here's one up here at the top end of the class that's just extreme in the way that he brings the levels of quality, look, balance, and eye appeal to just a different level and a different playing field, if you will, within this lineup. So good down his top. I love that buck out of his hip. The way that he's lined in through that stifle and out down through that hock and hind leg is exceptional as well. Ultra neat look up through that front 1/3. He's so tidy at the top of his shoulder, but yet he's got some width. He's got some expression up there. He carries that muscle shape and flows it down in through that forearm, opens up wide underneath off of all four corners. Just well balanced and well presented. A really nice way to start that class. Pretty easy class winner in our estimation. Then the young man's buck. That's going to come into the second spot is one that's long. He's extended up through that front end. He's got that exceptional amount of size and scale to him. But I think also with that, you need to add a bit more poundage, if you will, some more groceries to open him up and afford him a bit more volume and capacity versus that buck that goes out and wins the class. Maybe not quite as square made as he touches the surface as that buck that wins, but still more than adequate in the way that he's aligned structurally and the way that he's organized from a skeletal makeup aspect. The big Cape buck that's going to come into that third spot is rugged in his nature. He's rugged in his makeup. He's one that's got a lot of functional aspects to his build. I like the form and the way he's centered up in that middle 1/3. I think he's probably one that you would add a bit of sweep to that underline as we analyze him down with the two that are in front of him. But still, one that's got a lot of usefulness. So he's just not as elite, not as high in terms of the competitiveness to his look and his overall balance and eye appeal today versus those ones out front. A bigger boned one that comes into that fourth spot within the lineup. I mean, he's raw. He's kind of unfinished, if you will, in his conditioning. He's probably been into a breeding program a little bit. He's kind of working himself back. I think he's just too moderate in his frame and shortens up too much and gets a little shorter coupled off to the side versus those ones up front. Still got a lot of good in him. I like the structure. I like the way he gets out and goes and the way he picks them up and puts them down. But that one just needs widened. He needs lengthened and needs heightened a little bit just to see more mass, more power, and more shape.
Results for Class 6 yearling full-blood bucks, 16 to 20 months. First place, Piper Fisher. Second place, McCoy Llewellyn. Third place, Tucker Llewellyn. Fourth place, Cable Knots. Next into the ring is Class 7 yearling full-blood bucks, 20 to 24 months. There is 2 entries.
All right, we're getting in this age buck class here. We're going to start with the young lady in the front, the paint buck. Just a perfect buck to start this class with. He's super powerful. He's big. He's wide from the ground up, from tip to tail. When you get your hands on him, there's a lot of meat and muscle. Look how wide this chest floor is. He gets around the ring really well. What's really separating first and second here is basically the meat running down the back between stifle to stifle here. He just carries it from tip to tail. Just very well deserving of first here. Congratulations. We're getting in second place, not to take away from this buck. I love that muzzle up on there. I love that head. I love that breed character about it. It's good and wide in that chest floor, nice and wide across the top. Back 1/3, I want to just widen it up on the back there between the hooks to pin. Just get a little bit wider, a little bit more meat and muscle to compete with the one that we put in first today. But another really good buck in its own right. Congratulations.
Results for Class 7. Yearling full blood buck, 20 to 24 months. First place, Bailey Lamb. Second place, Claire Centellin. Coming into the ring next is our Yearling full blood buck Drive.
we're getting into short rows here. We're these age bucks here. Let's put our hands together for these exhibitors out here. It's a great set of senior bucks. Again, I commend you guys on having an outstanding set and this bred and owned, and you all putting in the work and doing the jobs of making these breedings and getting them this far along. So I commend y'all for such hard work. Me and Josh have got together. We had two in our mind, and we've basically come to an agreement on where we're headed with. It's both of these bucks just put it all together. They put the balance of meat and muscle from tip to tail. One's just a tick better in a certain area, and we want to go out and congratulate our winners. But they're two really good ones here.
Results of the Yearling Full Blood Buck Drive. Grand Champion Piper Fisher and Reserve Grand Champion Bailey Lamb. Next in the class is Class 8, Senior Full Blood Buck, 24 to 36. We have one entry coming in.
All right, we're single entry here. Obviously, this is a well-deserving of a blue ribbon here. We look forward to having this one back here in our drive. Just a big, massive red buck, just deep body, deep chest, super wide over the top. Look forward to having this guy back against the older bucks and see how he stacks up. Congratulations. Put your hands together.
Results of Class 8, our single entry, Tory Brinks. Next in the ring, Class 9, Senior Full Blood Buck, 36 plus months. We have one entry. We need the division winners in the holding area here so we can get lined up. All of the division winners.
Nice older buck in this last class, just a single entry, and we'll get him back out here with our other one for our champion senior lineup. But awful good one. Look forward to having him back for that division lineup, and then the overall grand as well. Big stout featured one, big boned, big conversion rate, lots of rib shape. Lots of width off of both ends. Just a tremendous individual right there, and look forward to seeing him here momentarily.
The result for Class 9, Senior Full Blood Buck, 36 plus. Piper Fisher takes first place.
Well, just two of these older bucks for these young ladies, but I think for a Bred Known show and to have a couple of these seniors in this division is pretty good in and of itself. They've obviously bred some does within their programs to these bucks, two bucks hopefully, and they got some good progeny on the ground because I think both of these bucks are certainly worthy of a lot of does to get mated to, and I think they're each very good in their own right. Quite a bit of difference between them. Today, Randall will go out and show you how we're going to select our champion in reserve. Let's give them both a nice big round of applause. Randall said I can't give a speech, so luckily they they I had a soapbox up there behind the announcer stand, and they took it and burned it. So I'm not going to be able to get on top of it. I will say, and I said earlier today, you're going to hear me harp about how important it is to have a Bred Known program. And I know a lot of you that have visited with me over the years always probably get sick and tired of me hearkening back to my references to the cattle industry, but that's where I made my living for 30 plus years. I still have a lot of connections within that industry as well. And I'll just reference two of the biggest breed associations that we have in the United States with the Angus Association and the Hereford Association. Those two associations have the largest cattle junior national shows in the entire world that are held every summer. 1,600 to almost 2,000 head of cattle that show up to those junior nationals. When you go to the National Open Hereford Show or the National Open Angus Show, there's about 300 to 400 head. So what's that tell you? The junior program is vitally important to those very successful associations. Look at the numbers that are projected out for this week. I think I talked to Catherine this morning. There's roughly 485-ish full-blood does in your open show. There was 406 of them in your junior show. What's that tell you? If that doesn't say to you all that these kids are of the utmost and the most vital importance to your association, I think you need to go find another species. This is where you need to live. This is where you need to make your living, and these are the ones that you need to take care of. And the Bred Known program only promotes better breeders at a young age that can take over your association on down the road. That's why a Bred Known program is of the utmost importance. That's why I know Randall does with his daughters. I did with my son. That is the reason why you should place more emphasis on not just educating all the members that encompass the ABGA, but more specifically, you should educate these young kids more to make them better breeders in the long run. There's where your success is going to find yourself for the ABGA and the association in the future. This has been an awesome show. It was a pleasure getting to work with my good friend Randall. I want to thank everyone that invited us to be here and asked us to be here and cast a vote for both of us. It's been a pleasure. It's always an honor to be asked to come judge at a national show. I've had the privilege to do it a couple of times before, and it's no different. The feeling's no different no matter how many times you do it. We take all our placings and all of how we evaluate and go about our business very as a very important job. It's very befitting to be able to stand out here with him and see some really good goats. And we've talked about it for a long time, and it's been certainly a pleasure and an honor. And if you would, one last time, let's give all our Bred Known exhibitors a nice round of applause, and we'll go find you a champion buck and a reserve.
Okay, I need to make sure all 6 of you guys need to head to the back of the ring back here. Yep, Piper can come and get pictures. If I Piper times 2, senior and yearling. Okay. Yep. Just so the 6 of you guys need to be in the back for blood or for drug testing. Okay, best pair of bucks went to Piper Fisher, and reserve grand champion went to McCoy Llewellyn.
I know we're getting slim ringside as we get to the end of the day, and as we bring these in, if you would ringside, let's give our judges one more big round of applause. Catherine and I are going to present them with their national judges show buckles out here as they round it out. We appreciate the time and effort they've spent with our bred and owned exhibitors. So Josh, Randall, thank you for all your work today.
Quick reminder, we start everything tomorrow morning again, 8 a.m. JABGA starts full blood does. I still have a lost and found piece up here too, so if you hear of anybody that has lost an earbud case, it does not have any earbuds in it, but it is an earbud case. AirPods, earbuds, whatever it is, it's here. And there's actually something attached to it, pretty large piece of pink something. I don't want to say what it is, but if you know somebody that lost that, they might want to come up here. Okay. It's actually a hand sanitizer. I don't even know what kind of earbud case it is. It doesn't really say. I don't know what brand it is. AirPods, are they? Okay, I don't have that brand, so. Right, both sex pairs. Grand champion was Jackson Harmon, and the reserve grand champion was Amber Schroeder.